Hello everyone, welcome to the Friday stream. I'm just gonna check some stuff here real quick. Doing something new here. I'm using the restream, so extra layer of complication here. Just checking some stuff. Doing something new here. I'm using the restream. Okay, everything seems all right, I think. Okay. We're going to continue working on that mini game that we were working on yesterday, continuing on working with the just arting it up. So we had started to think about adding some decals, and I'm going to continue with that. So I'm popping up the reference here. Something kind of like this. These aren't really decals, these are painted, but we're going to author them using the decal method here in 3D. Okay, so I want to go to our texture, and I've got this like wood texture here, and I just want to try to clone out the breaks between the wood, just so we have just the wood, just the chipping of the wood of the painted wood. So I'm gonna grab our little Band-Aid brush thing, just try to remove that. It seems like it's working pretty well. Just remove those. Oops. Undo that. Just removing those, and it's just going to be a mask. So not super important that it looks oh my god, stop doing that. What are you doing? I guess if you hold shift before you click, then it creates that weird line. Okay, and then I'm going to put this, let's create two of them. It doesn't tile, that's okay. I don't really care. Merge it down. And I think I should run a high pass on this thing. So let's go other, high pass, just to kind of even out all the values. Something like that. And then I'm going to run a healing brush right over the middle here. Get a little bit bigger. Okay, and then I want to add a bunch of contrast to this. It's going to be mostly white here. And I think I'm going to want to clone out like these big black parts. I don't think we need those. Just clone those out. So we don't need massive chunks of our decal missing. Just cloning out the bigger ones. So we just have the pattern, and I'll go ahead and clone out. Actually, I'll use the stamp tool, and we'll just draw the top and bottom here. Oh, we got opacity at 55%. I'm going to set that to 100%. And again, we're just using this as a mask to get some chips. This is a really good technique for making like painted looking decals that are on painted wood. I've just got a like chipped paint wood texture, and I'm going to use it now as a mask. So I'm going to create a mask here. I'm going to unlink the mask so that we can move around our actual art, and you can see it just sort of moving. It's hard to see, but there, that's how it's going to look. Something like that. Maybe I want to soften the, I don't know, it looks a little bit harsh. It might be okay though. Might be fine. Okay. Again, let me hop over, see if everything's working. Seems like everything's working. I think. All right, cool. So just making that pumpkin decal, and I'm going to just give it a save. I moved it around. That was kind of stupid. Move it around on the texture here, give it a save, and let's export that. And I'm going to pop into Unity and just see how that little pumpkin looks. Yeah, it's okay. I do think it might need to be softer. Let me, you know what I haven't done today is sync. I should really do that. Let's go ahead and sync. Oh, hello, Baked Heart, by the way. You're still around. Okay, just waiting for Unity to compile here. So for anyone new to the stream who maybe didn't see any of the stream yesterday, we're working on a video game called Songs of Glimmerwick. It's a Witch Academy RPG. It's our upcoming title. And at the moment, I'm working on a mini game that goes in the Pumpkin Moon Festival, sort of fall festival we have in the game. And I'm just arting it. And at the particular moment, I'm working on decals. Hey, Guy Unger, I do have a face. It works all right. Do all the basic stuff. Why is there so much spam right now? Crazy. Okay, so I've blocked him on my restream. I'm gonna go check if it's actually blocked. See, this is annoying. I have to do moderation on both platforms. Very annoying. First time chatter my butt. Let's see. Ban this person forever. Ban. So much spam. Yeah, I've been experimenting with camera. See how it goes. Okay, so I'm gonna exit out of these conversations. Anyhow, continuing on with what we're doing here. I'm gonna be turning on our apple toss and just trying to find some decals that look cool. Do like a moon and a pumpkin. I don't know. This pumpkin is so low res. I think if we did do this, we'd want to do like, it might be cool to do some like vine pattern or something. Maybe like 3 pumpkins with some vines and leaves. Let's try that. I'm gonna go into Photoshop and turn on that black so we can actually see what we're doing. And I'm just gonna turn this pumpkin like this. Put another one right here. Maybe I want to vary it up, like maybe I want this pumpkin just to look a little different than the other pumpkin. We just like change its shape slightly. I feel like I've ruined it. Something like that. Okay, I feel like I definitely made it worse. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Let's just leave the pumpkin like that and just paint like a some kind of vine pattern, like just a little something. Something to spruce it up. Maybe a little loop-de-loo here. And then another pumpkin. Over on this side. Let's see how that looks. Just as a proof of concept, I'm not going to spend any more time on it. I'm going to update that texture. And scale our UVs to cover this thing. Cut out what we don't need of this. I'll go ahead and leave this available for us. So I'll rip this face right here, or rip this edge, and just move this plane off. And now I can just scoot this thing to the middle. Hey, Galaxinarium, welcome back. The Daxon asks if I'm painting with a mouse. I am painting with a mouse. I don't really do a lot of drawing. I kind of end up just modifying Jacqueline's drawings, so I don't bother to use the desk real estate for a Wacom tablet. Hello, Afikes. Welcome back, welcome back. There's our 3 pumpkin look. I think it looks kind of cool. Yeah, I dig it. I think it can work. Let's add a few little leaves to it. Going back to Photoshop. I probably, for the amount of drawing and stuff I do, I mean, I do own a Wacom tablet. I don't have it on my desk and I never use it. These are kind of weird shaped leaves. They're not really very leaf-like, so I'm gonna try to see if I can make a more leafy shape. There we go. Just a few little leaves here. Yeah, I'm just drawing this with a mouse. Vary up the size and orientation of these leaves. Okay. Pretty good. Oh, whoops. Let's take the black out. Save that. And then I want to try doing like a moon. I guess we can just go with like a sphere. Tautomations asks, should I make this pizza with sourdough or dildo? I've never even heard of making a pizza with dildo, but I would think sourdough if you're indeed a real person. I'm going to duplicate this layer and remove the white there. And then I'm going to put like, I don't know, maybe just a moon. A circle. Let's try a circle. Let's give that a save. And then I'm going to update this texture. And of course, we've got the moon. You know what we could do? We could just, that moon might be good just where it is. So I can just go ahead and move this edge. Pumpkin vines have fun little spirals. And maybe we got to have to do some more spiraling. Good to know Tautomations is a real person. You never know. All these bots saying random stuff. God knows why. How does that look with the moon? Oh, dildo. Oh, okay, I got it. Well, I was actually more excited when you were just like talking about cool food you were gonna cook. And I was also excited about the possibility of like an herbed sort of pizza dough. But now I'm just disappointed. It's also excited to help you decide what kind of cool food you're going to cook. But now just all that misplaced excitement. I'm just kind of rounding off these. I can't, apparently I can't draw a leaf. It's really funny drawing with a mouse. I feel like it is hard to get the line you want, but with undo, you know, I think drawing is just like, it's really not hand-eye coordination. It's just, it's knowing what line to do. Kind of interesting. We could do some little spirals, maybe. Try that. Little spiral bits like these. Yeah, I think that's adding. Definitely think that's adding to it. Little spirals. The pumpkins themselves should have some little spirals coming off like this sort of thing. We don't want to go too ornate. That looks crazy. Let's leave that behind. I think this leaf right, maybe, yeah, this leaf right here is kind of out of place. Guy Unger's got a nice reference. Oh yeah, okay, so the leaves are more like maple kind of leaves. I like that. We can add that. I mean, I don't have to do like a perfect maple leaf shape, but I could just like do this sort of thing. Add some little slightly different leaf shapes here. That looks nicer. I've got the wrong color brush, but I don't care. How does that look? Take a look. I know box tissue, I know. I'm glad you pointed it out to me though. Let's do go back to our white brush and just do one little leaf right here. Maybe one little spiral on the end just to sort of give that sort of a nice termination. I wonder if we've got maybe too much going on, but we'll see. This moon doesn't look like a moon, it looks like a sun. It's kind of a problem. Of course, it looks like a sun because when you think of like a stereotypical moon, you think of it as a crescent moon. Maybe what we can do is put a crescent moon over here. Like that. With even maybe a little bit more distance here. That sort of thing, and then just move that over like that. I don't know. Put another one. Go -100 on the width. Welcome to the chat, a Google user. And I'm going to stick a crescent moon over here. I don't know, just trying to get something going here, some kind of pattern. Give that a save. And I'm going to pop back into Blender and update our texture. And then I'm going to go ahead and move that edge down and then move the UV edge down. That is save. Export. Thanks, a Google user, for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed the game. Representation of all the phases of the moon. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking with these crescent things. And hello, Anna Rith. No, Anna Lyrith. Welcome, welcome. Okay, popping back into Unity. I do think that that helps give us a more moon-like impression, so I like that. I don't know, it's almost like it's commanding too much attention, I think. Like, I almost want it to be more low-key than that. And I don't really know how to do it. I wonder if instead of doing the moons, I'm going to keep them around, but I'm just going to separate them into a different object. And then I'm just going to move that object straight back behind the board so you can't see it. And I'm just going to take our pumpkins here and I'm going to just try to do like more of them. So let's just rotate them, like maybe one in the corner here. Do another one, move it over here. Oops. Something like that. And I'm going to see how that looks. So let's go ahead and export that. Google user asks if I'm using Unity. Yeah, we've always used Unity, and we shipped eShade with Unity as well. I think that's better, just because it doesn't command so much attention. Like, I think that the moon, having the moon right in the middle is just a little bit too overpowering. I also think we could definitely play with the color there. That kind of yellow pukey color is not really doing it for me. Let's go for decal, and I'm just gonna see if we can get a more pleasing color. Yeah, we could go in the more pumpkin orange direction there. I think that that's probably better. Feels like we need something in the middle here. Exactly know what. But maybe not, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of overthinking it. Also, I think I could reduce the opacity a little bit. One other problem too is our wood grain is going in the wrong direction, but it's okay. Not the end of the world. Yeah, the room is inside a pumpkin. I'm gonna give this a save. Oh no, I don't need to give that a save actually. I don't need to save anything. Let's test our minigame. I wanna see it with actual lighting because this is not how the actual lighting looks. I'm in the wrong start settings here. I've got to go fix that. Yeah, Lord Matri suggests some stars. I think that'll be our next thing we try. A few stars here and there. I'm just waiting for Unity to exit play mode. It takes quite a while, unfortunately. And I want to go ahead and set us to developer start settings. Let's find our player here. Come on now. This is weird. Oh, it's because I don't have gizmos. There we go. We'll stick our player right in front of the door, and I'll make sure, yep, we got the developer start settings. And I think we should be good to go. Good to test this here. I think craters might be hard to convey. The kind of painted decal look. Turn up the volume. Hey, we got one. I think that one in the middle is actually the hardest to get into. Actually want to see if I can even get it into the middle. Okay. It is so hard to get into the middle. That one should be worth more points than anything else. We also need to put the scores, I think, on the... God, I think it might be impossible. It's so hard to get into the middle. Let's adjust the scores. It seems like the one in the top right and the top left and the top middle are kind of equally hard to get into. Yeah, the player definitely needs to know what each hole is worth. There's not a target score. It's not like cornhole like that. It's just trying to get a high score. Okay, let's take a look at the point values here. All right, so this one is worth 5 points. I don't think that should be worth 5 necessarily. That seems kind of high. Let's do 3 points. And maybe the hole at the bottom, yeah, it could be worth 2. or even 1. Go, nah, let's go 2. And these ones I think can be worth 5. The one over here is worth 5. The one in the middle is it seems like it's a little bit harder to get in the one in the middle, so let's just go 5 though. I don't know. I guess even though the one in the middle is a little smaller, the benefit is that if you undershoot, you have a chance at landing in this hole. Whereas these ones, if you undershoot, you just get into this hole, which is worth less. So this one's the big one. This one should be worth 10 because that one is just incredibly hard to get into. And yeah, we'll keep that one worth 3. I think that's good. Yeah, we can definitely play this a little, but I think the difficulty of the game is okay. And let's put the scores on there. So we need to put the scores on there as decals. So we've got the point values. We need a 3, a 1, 5, and a 2, and a 0. Gonna figure out what font we want here. I will put them on here. I really don't think we'll be using that moon in any capacity because it just doesn't look right. I'm just gonna remove it. And I'll go ahead and put the decals on this. Gotta figure out what font we want. We want some kind of old-timey looking font. I think got one called J Ancient, here JSL Ancient, and that looks kind of like medieval-ish. I don't really know what the numbers look like though. Okay, we needed a 0. We needed, oh, that 0 does not look like a 0 at all. The other numbers look pretty good. The only problem is that they have all different sizes, which kind of looks cool, but we need a 1 as well. I don't know, it might be a little bit hard to, well, I guess we can just always scale them. I wish they weren't different sizes. There's some other font. Because I do want it to look old-timey and painted. Leander looks okay. But again, we've got that different size letters. I'll try Itikaf. I don't like the way that one looks. Although we do have all the equal sizes there. That's okay. Well, I think we'll just maybe adjust it. So we'll make a second layer. Well, first of all of these need to be much bigger. Like probably 150 is a good size. And then I'll go ahead and duplicate this. And we'll do on the 0, 1, 2, I'll delete the 3 and 5. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale them taller. Just think that'll look better. They look blurry though, which is weird. You would think with vector. And then we got the 3 and the 5. Maybe we don't want them scaled quite that much. Make them scale down a little bit more here. Yeah, and I think that 0, oh, it's fine. Okay. Try to make yourself the numbers. No, I don't think that's good time usage necessarily. It would be fun. I love doing everything. It's really fun to do everything, but unfortunately, you just don't have time. You just gotta pick your battles and be efficient. So I'm gonna try to, well, first of all, apple toss board decal. I'm gonna make a second material because I'm pretty sure these are gonna want different, different colors. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're gonna need at least 2 more materials. So I'm gonna duplicate this and we'll call this, we've got a brown, and I think we'll need at least 1 blue down here. And a blue. Oops. Blue. So now we've made 2 more materials. And we'll actually just color shift these right now. I'll go ahead and just sample. Sample from here. And then the brown, gonna be a little bit redder and less saturated and darker. We'll see what we need. But now we need our two materials to be hooked up in Blender. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this decal. Did I copy it already? No, perfect. I can go ahead and set the origin to the center of the geometry. And then I'm gonna update that and we're gonna get all our numbers here. So stick our little bit of mesh here on our numbers, I'll cut, and then I'll go ahead and make our cuts between our numbers. So we have each of our numbers. I'm gonna grab each face, partition it out to a different object. Okay, and with the object we have left over, I'm gonna delete, we don't need it. I'm gonna grab all these objects and set the origin to the geometry. Now we've got we've got each of our numbers, and we just need, I'm gonna go ahead and remove the materials for all of them. I'm gonna make a new material, and they're all gonna go to apple toss blue. I'm gonna link all the materials. Now they all should have apple toss blue. Oh, they don't. I guess individually remove. Okay, so they're all mapped to apple toss blue. Now I think the only one that actually needs to be blue is 2. These other ones need to be apple toss brown. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a new material and link all those to apple toss brown. Come on now, come on, let's go. Link, okay. Materials, and I think we're good to go now. All right. So here's our one blue. And I'm just gonna stick this right here. It's gonna be pretty small. Gonna have to be really small to actually fit on here. I might even scale it down just to fit it a little bit better. And it doesn't actually have to align that perfectly. Well, I do, at the very least I want it in the middle, that's for sure. And we'll see how that looks. Okay, and then 3 is this one right here. I don't know where we're gonna put the 3 on that. We might have to put it next to the hole because there's just no room to put the 3 here. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to just put it next to it, like here-ish maybe. Or maybe over here is better. 3. And then this one is the big one, so that one's gonna be our 10. We've got our 1, 0. And let's see if we can stick that right, I think on the inside maybe, the best spot for it. Right there. And I don't actually know how that's gonna line up. We'll do it like that. And let's go ahead and look at what that looks like just right off the bat, because it might look wonky from the camera perspective. Here we go. Oops, let's back up. Give that a save. And Okay, that looks perfect actually. Looks great. This 3 is pretty hard to see. I think the blue should be a darker value. Right now it's more saturated and brighter. The blue should be maybe less saturated and darker. Yeah, I think that looks better. Now we have this weird line. I don't really know what that is. What is that line? Go see if we can inspect. So I don't see the line. Yeah, it's weird. Well, we'll see if we can actually see it in play mode. And the brown, I think same deal. I think we want it to be darker and less saturated, like darker than the wood around it, I think is probably better. Maybe? Yeah, lighter looks a little weird. Yeah, definitely darker. Let's go darker. Looks more natural. Okay, and then I think all of these are 5s. All the other ones. So let's go ahead and move our decal. Okay, we've got a 5. Scale it down just a little. 5 and 5. Make that 3 just a little bit bigger and move it down a little. Export. And see how it looks from the camera's eye. Okay, so some of these are getting kind of lost in the blackness. I want to just move up the 5s a tiny bit and then scale them down. Scale them down on their individual origins just a tiny bit. Yeah, that looks. Okay, and then we need to see if that 2 is actually having that weird black line in the middle. I don't know what that's all about. No, I don't see the black line. Gosh, that 2 is so hard to see though. I'm gonna have to put it off to the side. I'm gonna test if everything's working. Okay, so we got 5, the one on the top left. Ah! I'm really struggling to get the one on the top right. I keep missing. You're gonna have to try it again. That's gonna miss. This is gonna make it. It's gonna make it. No! There we go. Okay. I got 7, I think just because one fell down. And now I should get 13. It is really hard. The one on the top right, for whatever reason, is a lot harder for me. Oh my god, it was so close. Come on. There we go, hole in one. Okay, but now I missed if we got one in the middle. I'm an idiot. Okay, well. That one's working. That one got 5. Return 1, thanks for the follow, appreciate that. Also, Box Tissue, if you're still around, appreciate the follow. I don't know how I missed that. Thanks, Santiago. Yeah, I did all the sound myself. I recorded a potato. I was throwing it against a table in our living room. Okay, that gave me 2. That gave me 5. Perfect. So now I should have... I can get into the... I cannot believe how hard it is to get into that middle one. We might have to make this thing just a little bit slower. It's so hard. But it feels fun. I mean, I enjoy trying it. Like I think it's a good mini game. Oh my gosh. It's so hard to get in the one in the middle. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Really careful. Really careful. Right in the middle. That one in the middle should be worth like 15, I think. It is possible to get in because I got it in. Hey, I'm glad to hear it looks fun. It was really good. Always a good sign. I just have to try to get it in one more time. This is the last time. Wow. Okay, so the amount of power I need is very low to get in there. Oh, baby, that felt good. Maybe that one should be worth 15 or something, because that one is just so hard. It seems like maybe because it's so easy to accidentally get it in the one up above it. I don't know. Boom. Oh, I got it again. No, it's definitely possible, like, to get a knack for it. Like, I'm sure somebody, if they spent, you know, 15 minutes, they could probably just keep banging it into the 10 over and over. Like, I'm already way better at getting into that 10. Okay. I think that's good, though. That's a really solid mini game. I think for a mini game that you play once at a festival, you know, it's not like Gwent where we're expecting players to play it for 10 hours or something. We're just expecting them to mess around with it, you know, for a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Maybe if they get really into it, they mess around with it for 10 minutes. I think I just messed around with it for at least 5 minutes. Agree with 15. Yeah, the only reason why I think maybe it shouldn't be 15 is because in my efforts to get it in the middle, I got it into the 5 on accident so many times. And I think that kind of makes it, if this was worth 15, then you could just always aim for it and still be getting a bunch of 5s. I feel like it needs to be a little bit riskier to go for if it's going to be worth 15. And even if you miss, you know, low, you're still going to get it into the 3. You still get some points for going for it. So I don't know, but it's really not, it's not even important. So I think it's fine. Yeah, it's true that it is hard to get into the 3, and I don't think anyone will be going for the 3. I think of the 3 as just like basically a catcher for if you're missing this 10, but I barely got it into the 3. So I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna increase the size of these numbers just a tiny bit. The 2 is really hard to see, so I'm gonna put it off to the side. And just scale it up just so it's easier to see the number. And give it a save. The middle 5 should be 3. It's true. I could increase the score of the middle of this one and then decrease the score of that one. It's true, yeah, because you do have a chance. But I also feel like getting it into this one is kind of hard. I don't know. It's so... These ones are the easiest because they're just a little bit bigger than the others. Yeah. Well, we can always play with it. We can play with it later. Okay, back to the arting. So let's go ahead and export that and just see how the numbers look. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it needs anything right here. It might be good to go already. Trying to think of what else could go. Maybe just some stars or something. Let's try painting a few stars. There's a couple different kinds of stars. Let's see. Like we have the 4-pointed star. Let me get a... Come on now. Polygonal lasso is what I want. We do have a bunch of lights already. We've done a lighting pass. There's like a bunch of candles on the floor. I don't know if folks can see those. Here's our simple like four-sided star here. We could go with that kind of star. And then there's also, I think that this is the kind of star we probably want. It looks sort of, I guess the most like a fun carnival game, I think, which is kind of what we're going for. So maybe I'll just put one star. But also have multiple kinds of stars, like maybe the smaller stars just have the 4 points like that. I don't know. Could do that sort of thing. We do need our mask. Copy the mask on there. I don't like where this star is lining up with the mask, so I'm just going to try to move it to a more reasonable spot. Something like that. Yeah, let's try that. Let's put those stars around. So I'm going to give that a save. Got a bunch of candles in it already. It's like tons of candles on the floor. There's like at least 20 candles on the floor. All these candles. I think they might need more like height variation or something. This one is weird being right behind the power bar. I think we should move that one to the right. And potentially more candles wrapping around the back. Let's take that candle that's in the back left corner. I think it's this one. And I'm just going to move it like over. Okay. Let's give that a save. And then let's go for the decals. So I'm going to update that texture and then duplicate. And we've got 2 stars here. Let's put the mesh just on our stars. And then I'm going to cut this mesh to 2 parts. Partition this one out. I'm going to do a tighter cut around our star. And then same thing over here. Tighter cut around the star. And then I'm going to set the origin to the geometry on both of them. Scale them both down significantly. And maybe scale this one down. Let's see. Ooh, garlands. Yeah, that might be nice. I'm gonna try to just sort of put these stars around randomly. Got our big star and our little star. How's that? Take a look. Really impossible to know how it's going to look with that alpha. Oh, it's great. It's great. The stars are great. Yeah, they're really fun. I like that a lot. Put a couple more really little ones. I don't want it to get too busy, so I need to be a little bit careful because I think it can really quickly get carried away. But just a few more maybe. I think that is really, really nice. Cool. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited to show that to Jacqueline. I think she's going to really like it. We could try This is kind of crazy, but we could try putting some pumpkins down here. I think it might be a little much. Put them down here. Set them on round there. Let's just try to see how it looks just as a proof of concept. I don't think that the thing will have a title. Could put like Apple Toss on it or something, but if we add a title, we got to localize it and that nonsense. Yeah, it's not working, I don't think, too well. Like, I could see it working, but I think it's starting to get a little bit busy. I don't know. Like, it could work. Let's try the blue version. The blue version does not work because it's not really clear what's going on. Like with this number, it looks like it was carved in or burned in. And right now, I mean, it would be impossible or really difficult to make a pattern like that. So I think that that one's not working. If anything, it has to look painted, which means it has to be on the decal one, the orange one. Yeah, I don't know. Could look nice in a different location. Like maybe like a little bit simpler, just like on the side like that. And then another one over here. And then we could support it with a bunch of stars. It almost feels like the pumpkins are too busy and big. That maybe it could work, but it would have to be like a simpler sort of vine. Potentially turning down the opacity of it. So that's helping it sit a little bit. Like if we made it really light, something like that. Yeah, you know, it might be kind of fun to have just, you know, it's a game. It's like almost like a carnival game. Maybe it should just be over the top. Incorporate dark blue moons. That could be a cool thing. Yeah, you know, we could make a version of the vine that is just the vine without the pumpkins. So like I'll duplicate this entire thing and move it over. I'm gonna have to find a spot for it here. Actually, I could turn it sideways, I think. And grab the pumpkins. So let's just erase the pumpkin. Erase this pumpkin. And just completely delete that layer because I think all it has is a pumpkin on it. We could maybe merge, oops. Yeah, let's preserve the mask. Merge this one again, preserve the mask. Then just delete this because it goes to the pumpkin. And maybe just make it a little bit more. Some extra ornamentation to compensate for the lack of pumpkins. Some extra leaves as well. Oh, it's so bad, that leaf. It's not supposed to be really fine handiwork though, because it, you know. Got a carnival. Okay, that leaf is just way too big compared to the other leaves, so can't do it that big. Got to be a little smaller. Also kind of not the right shape. There we go. Stem is too thick. Like that. How's that? I'm gonna save that, and then I'm gonna go back into Blender, and I'm gonna update that texture, and I'm gonna put that over here. Go ahead and move the UVs. Of course, now we've squashed it down a little, so we've got to compensate for that. And I'll just go ahead and copy it over and delete this other one. And let's go 180 with it and see if this looks a little bit better. Export. Oops, I left the black in. Yeah, definitely at least that. I think that that's better than the pumpkins. I think that the pumpkins were just a little bit too busy and big and distracting. But I think that these little vines, they're definitely not stealing the show. They're kind of subdued. They're just a little extra filigree. Now, I do think that the stars will go well. So let's grab a couple stars and get them somewhat the right angle here, if we can. Put them down on the thing and just find different places for them. I also noticed that I could see the apple falling through. I don't necessarily know if I want that. I think the easiest way to not have that happen would just be like, maybe make this one a single user. And then grab that edge and just sort of push it in. Oh, no, it's not, it didn't work. It's not a single user. Single user. Object data, there we go. Now it's actually single user. I could just grab this and just push it in a little bit. Really hard to see what I'm doing here because it's all black. And I think I've got to make this one a single user as well and just grab. I cannot see the edge. Maybe if I go out of textured mode, it'll be easier. Yeah, there we go. And just put it in a little bit. Really don't have a lot of leeway here, but try to push it. There we go. That's good. And then back to this one and grab those two faces right there. Come on. And bring those ones in. That'll just prevent the apple from falling, like from being able to see the apple go through on the backside there, which I don't really want. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to do the same thing with this one. There, that's good. Okay, that's something. Now, another thing is that we need a fizz mesh because there's a bunch of stuff we don't want in the physics. And right now, everything is in the physics. So in order to not have that, I'm gonna copy this apple toss, and this is gonna be called apple toss no fizz. I'm gonna create a new dummy object, and then in this dummy object, I'm gonna move it to another layer. And this, we move to the original layer. Basically, everything that should not collide is going to be moved. So this rim, that needs to be separated out. I cannot find an edge for the life of me. I cannot find an edge. Oh, it's a mirror modifier. God, I'm an idiot. So grabbing all that stuff and just separating it out. And hopefully I have it all. And that's going to be moved to the no fizz. All of these decals. All of the decals. Numbers, all these numbers. That's all going to be moved to the no fizz layer. No fizz. Okay. I think we'll move that as well. I think that's good. I don't think any of this stuff in the back needs to have fizz either. So move that to the no fizz also. Also this definitely no fizz. So we're just left with the game itself. And even the game itself has a bunch of extra subdivisions that the fizz doesn't need, but I don't really think it's going to be a problem. Hey, Null Pointer Games. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to get back on Stream Horse a little here. Okay, so grabbing everything in this layer and just parenting it to our new object, Apple Toss No Fizz. I'm going to export both of them and I'm going to head back over. Yeah. And then in our prefab here, we're going to go Apple Toss. Is this not added? Oh, it is added. Okay. Apple Toss No Fizz. Here it is. And we want to use the legacy material importer and stick that. Apply. Yep. There we go. Okay, cool. Give that a save. And now none of this stuff will collide, which is good. We also probably don't want it casting shadows. I'll go ahead and decheck that. Not that anything in the scene, there seems to be no shadows in this scene, and I don't really understand why, because we do have a point light here that is supposedly casting shadows, but I don't see any. And it might just be because the whole world is so small here. Why isn't it casting shadows? That's very curious. If it was a directional light, would it cast shadows? It appears to be casting a shadow, right? If I turn this off. Yeah, that's definitely. So the directional light is definitely casting a shadow. But the point light, for whatever reason, is off. Doesn't cast any shadows. And I think that's maybe because of the shader settings we have set. We haven't really needed a point light yet to cast shadows. So I guess that's just the best we can do. It would be kind of nice if the apple casted a shadow, but. Right. Actually, this whole thing, it would be nice if it had shadows. Like these things, it would be nice if they casted shadows. Like, I wonder what would happen, this Apple Toss board, if I change this to like some kind of Lambert shader or something. I could just use the normal diffuse shader. Probably get more lighting information here. Let me save that. Back up. I don't know, it's making it look extra 3D, and since our whole world is illustrated, I don't know. We kind of moved our point light to the side like that. That might help a little bit. We definitely don't want it shining on that back pumpkin wall too much, so move away from there. Yeah, I don't know. So that's what it looks like with a Lambert shader. And let's see what it looks like with just the normal cutout, the normal shader we're using. I think it looks better with the normal cutout shader for whatever reason. I'm going to go with that. Let me catch up on chat. The Songs of Glimmerwick is a mostly illustrated game, but it does have a lot of 3D elements. We call it like pop-up 3D, pop-up 2D. I've never heard the term paper doll, but maybe that's the case. But all the animation is skeletal 2D animation. We use a middleware called Spine. Yeah, and for this, sometimes we do completely model a thing, and in this rare instance, we are modeling the game just because it's a physics game and the apple bounces around, and that's why it needs to be a 3D model. So that's the only reason why this one's a 3D model. But normally, you're right, we don't completely model stuff out. Increasing the contrast on the numbers on the wood, a white paint. We tried gold, and that did not look good. I don't think white would look very good either. It could. I don't know. Well, I think something that I really love is if these were casting shadows. I think that would be the final thing to make this thing look slick. But the only way to get them casting shadows is we'd have to model all the shadows, which sounds insane, but I do crap like this all the time. Like, it doesn't really bother me. So I think that what I will do, the only problem, it is so much detail work here. At least we'd have to do one for each of the holes. Oh man. I think that the way I would do it is I would just literally grab all of these holes like this. I would duplicate them all, move them all to the lower layer, and I would make sure that they're all, actually I'll move them all to their own layer. I'll make sure that they're all using single users, and like any mirror modifiers, I'd apply everything. And just remove the edge splits, apply the mirror, remove the edge splits, apply the mirror, remove the edge split. And then I can combine it all to one thing. And then I'd go through and I would just remove, I'm only after the top. So I'm going to model a shadow here. I'm going to remove all of the edge loops on the top. Okay. Then I'm going to flatten these all down. I'm going to invert the selection and delete everything. I don't know how this got in here, but it seems like it should stick around. Well, actually, we already have one, so I guess that got duplicated on accident, so I'm going to delete that. Okay. I don't know why those interior ones are still there. Really weird. Come on now. Just grabbing all the top, inverting the selection, deleting all these faces. I'm going to completely... Actually, you know, probably just a normal unwrap is going to work fine. And just, I'm scaling all these down and putting their UVs right in the middle. And I can remove the texture. And what I want is a shadow material. Hey, Rock On, thanks for the support. Sav, I really appreciate that. And I hope you enjoy Eastshade. Yeah, some people stream. A little bit rare. Okay, so just to update everyone, right now I'm modeling shadows with my hands because we have no other way of having cast shadows here. So I'm going to move these all down sort of to the level of the base board here. And then one by one, I'm just going to scale it up like this. I'm going to grab each thing and scale it up until it's sort of popping out like a little bottom border here. And then if I just make a sort of shadow material, then it'll look like cast shadows for each thing. One thing is I need the cast shadow to be significantly bigger. So the model is really big because it's a mini game, and the only thing on screen is the model. So I definitely wouldn't spend this much time on something that wasn't going to be front and center. So this shadow, check this out. I could like move this to the side and it'll create more of a shadow look. Like you can imagine if the light was coming from the side. And that will make it look more like a cast shadow. Doesn't need to be perfect. This one I'm just going to move up just because it's kind of poking through there and I don't need that. Finally, we'll move that one to the side as well. Okay, and now I'll just apply these shadow. First we'll try medium. So there's a medium shadow. We'll try that. I'm going to copy the name of that and I'm going to give it a new material. And that should just link up the material there. So now I'm going to make sure that this is parented to our no fizz model. I don't know why my clicks are just being missed here by Blender. It's really weird. Here we go. Parent that, keep transform, and then we'll go ahead and export. Okay. So there is our shadows. I think that makes a really big difference. Yeah, I definitely like that. They definitely need to be more subdued. So in order to make them more subdued, I also think potentially we could grab all of these rings and make the light look more like it's coming from the top by moving these down like that. And then we're also going to need one on the side there, very likely. But we want it to be more subdued, and to be more subdued, we'll just grab all the UVs and move it toward the edge because it's a radial pattern. So that's going to make it more. So now you can hardly see it. There's almost no point to having it if you can hardly see it. So I'm going to make it a little bit stronger there. Something like that. Cool. I think that's really good. I'm going to cut through this because we don't need that showing through. And also have a few verts right here that I don't think we need because those are poking through the hole. So I think I could just delete those verts altogether. Potentially just grab these verts right here. So a floating vert there, get rid of that. Okay. How does that look? Cool. Great. Now the last thing I wanted to do was just put a shadow on the side there. I'm just going to do it really quick and dirty. Just going to duplicate. Whoa, I accidentally extruded, not duplicated. Duplicate this one face right here and put it over on the side. Let me catch up with chat here. Fluffy Zombie asks about the little layer buttons. So these are, since this is a really old version of Blender, Blender used to have the layers down here on these little swatches. They don't do that anymore. They have a more normal layer system. So that's probably what you're seeing, and that's probably why you haven't seen anything like it, because the new versions of Blender, this version of Blender is probably 10 years old at this point, and that's probably why you haven't seen it if you use Blender. There we go. And now we've got a little bit of shadow over there too. Might be good to maybe add a cut here and sort of have the shadow follow a little bit the contour of this thing. See if we can actually see that. Yeah, I think that probably most people don't like them just because they were removed. So I think most people prefer just a normal layer system. But I'm fine with them. I'm kind of not looking for, I mean, eventually one day I will have to change my Blender version, but for the moment, Blender has, I just haven't had any reason to upgrade. Okay, so there's those shadows. I think that that does help a bit. Let's add a few more stars and then we're gonna call it, baby. We're gonna call it. Call this mini game done. I'm still gonna stream. We're gonna do other stuff. Let me put a few more stars around here. Little stars over here. Happy little stars. Here in the corner. Maybe one right here. Maybe a big one right here up in the corner. I don't really know. We don't want too many here. Maybe we want a big one down here. Oh, we have a big one right there, so probably don't want it to get too busy. That looks really cool. I think a few more little stars. Vary up the size a bit. Hey, Thicky Cream, welcome back. Few more stars. Doesn't seem to be busy yet, so definitely get away with adding a few more. I think that's really nice. Thanks, Valley of the Wind. Cool. Okay. We're gonna take one final look at this thing, see if there's any final adjustments we can make, but other than that, I think we're gonna be good. I almost got the 10. 10 is so hard to get into. Try again. The game is pretty fun. It's weird how much more fun it is now that it looks good. I'm actually kind of having trouble paying attention to how it looks because the game is so fun. I might need to make the collision on the apple a little bit smaller because it just like, maybe it's a little too hard to get in those middle ones. There, we got a 10. I think we can slow down the, I'd rather have the game be too easy than too hard. So I think I'm gonna slow down the aim bar a little bit. Icky Cream asks, starting out in environment design, what skills should I focus on first? Well, if you want to be an environment artist, like a 3D artist, then I think you should just focus on modeling. But from yesterday, it sounded like maybe you were looking more toward level designs. They're definitely different jobs. The level design is a job that not even every studio has, but 3D environment art is a job that every game studio will have some version of. Even a 2D game studio will have someone doing. Of course, there'll be a 2D artist, I guess. But yeah, I should say any studio working on a 3D game will have an environment artist. And environment artists tend to be 3D artists. They have 3D art background. So I can only give advice for 3D art. I really don't know anything about how to get a job in the design fields. But for 3D art, I would definitely focus on modeling. You just want to look at objects, you want to model them, you want to get really, really good at modeling. All the modeling tools, get really familiar with your modeling package of choice. I don't think it matters too much which one. I started in 3ds Max. My first job was using Maya. Then I had jobs after that used 3ds Max. Then I eventually learned Blender. You can learn them all really easily once you know one. But yeah, I would just focus on looking at stuff and modeling it really, detailed and beautiful, and pick good reference, pick reference that looks beautiful, and just try to develop your eye and develop your ability to model. Some people are worried that modeling will be replaced by AI. So far, not a single thing that anyone has ever used in a video game in a meaningful way has been made by AI. So far, AI has been completely unsuccessful in modeling. It doesn't make good models, it doesn't make beautiful models, and most importantly, it doesn't make the models that you want because it doesn't have the data input, and you can't actually make a game out of something that outputs basically random output. Like, you can't actually direct it. You can't be like, well, I want this house to look a little bit more Victorian, so it's not going to be able to do that. It's basically thousands of miles away from being useful in any meaningful capacity, and maybe it'll get better and better and better, but maybe it's like automobiles, and we basically have had this combustion engine pretty similar since the 1950s, and we haven't had any crazy breakthroughs that have let us have flying cars. So hopefully that doesn't deter too many people, the whole AI thing. No, it doesn't. That's exactly right, Aster. The people who are really excited about AI are not people who actually make stuff. There are people who don't make stuff and have never made anything in their life, and they're just excited about it in like a sort of like speculative way. They're excited about the idea of it making stuff, but so far it doesn't make stuff that anybody likes. And it doesn't help us make stuff that anybody likes. So. Okay, so what did I say? I said we're going to slow down that aim bar. The aim bar is at 2.25. Let's just slow it down to 2. And the power bar will slow down a little bit as well, 2.75. Give that a save. And then maybe the apple size as well. If we scale down the apple, going to make things a little bit easier. Apple's 0.15. We can probably scale down the radius of the collider a little bit, perhaps, without too much weirdness. Let's see if we have any tolerance to scale that down. So looking at the apple, yeah, I think we can afford to scale that down. And that should make it a little bit easier for the apple to actually go in. Just a little bit. Thicky Cream says, I looked at your portfolio and was curious what you did to put the large scale scenes together. Was it fully in a 3D tool like Blender, or were they set up in a game engine? Typically, you'd make each prop, we call them props, or individual models, like a rock or a tree. You make those in the 3D package, and then in your engine, then you put everything together. The first shots from my portfolio years and years ago, more than 15 years ago, were from UDK. It was called at the time, Unreal Development Kit. You know, old version of Unreal, pre-Unreal 4. And then the next shots, I think, are from CryEngine. And then everything after that is from Unity when I started working on Eastshade. Okay, let's give this Apple Toss minigame a final test and then check it in. I'm so excited about it. I can't wait to show it to Jacqueline. I think she's gonna really like it. Okay. Yeah, that's better. That's much easier now. Ooh. I might even slow that aim bar down even more. Yes, I got a 10. Okay. Awesome. Cool. I know I might have to make it a little bit easier, but I'm really excited to show that to Jacqueline. I'm actually going to see if she's around right now because I'm so excited. I just want her to see it. All right. Be right back. Okay, back. Pardon me if I scare everyone because I've been BRB for so long. Yeah, the mini game's great. You love the mini game. She had a good suggestion for putting the apples on the side. She didn't even see the apples on the bottom. I think that they don't show up very well. So let's just do that real quick. Should just be a second, and then we'll call it. All right, so looking at the UI, I'm gonna go into Canvas here and check out our apple counts. Okay. And I'm gonna move the apple count over to the side. Sticky Cream asks, is it safe to assume that having the ability to make your own props and place them to make beautiful scenes in Engine is essentially what an environment artist does? Yes, I would say so. I would say so. Hey, is Matt? Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Okay, so we need to make these apples vertical. So we got a horizontal layout group. I'm just gonna delete that and make it a vertical layout group. And then we just want to, I think maybe bind it to the right side of maybe in the right bottom. And then we're gonna adjust this thing. We definitely want the pivot to be in the middle. Something like that. Oh yeah, no worries, Sticky Cream. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Give that a save. I wonder if we should have like a black bar behind it, if we even need that. Let's see how it looks. We might also, I think the apples currently, they're probably gonna remove from bottom to top. We probably want them to remove from top to bottom. Yeah, they're actually not super easy to see. Oh, and they're centering too, which is ugly. We don't want that. Okay. So we're gonna want, I think, a black bar behind them. It almost seems like that vignette is going over the top of the score, which is not good. No, it's not. Really weird. Anyhow, so the apple count, we want it to go like lower center. There we go. And I don't want them to expand. So we don't want the child width or height to force expand. And now as we remove them, yeah, now that's operating like we want. Okay, I'm gonna make another background here. We'll call this the apple counts. And then we want to put the apples inside of it. Come on, where's our apple count? Here it is, apple count. Okay. We want to copy maybe all of the transform stuff. So copy component and then paste it in the apple count. Paste component values. And then maybe we can put the apple count in that. We probably want to force expand there. And then we want to just make it a little bit bigger. And maybe a little bit of space from the bottom. Padding on the bottom, maybe 5 pixels or 10 pixels. 20, I don't know, something like that. And then let's see what's going on with that fog. Should be that the fog is going behind everything, so I don't know what the deal is there. Okay, give that a save and let's see if we can maybe see our apple count a little bit more easily now. Oh, I think I missed a follow. It's hard for me to catch all the follows now. Ethereally, if you're still around, thank you for the follow. And Naichni, appreciate the follow very much. And Elkarn23, appreciate the follow, everybody. What's going on here? It seems like there's a message that I never got. I've got using a restream and it's supposed to be putting all my messages, but it seems to be missing some messages, which is really scary. Like missing a significant amount of messages. That is so weird. That is so weird. Why is it missing so many? Huh. Ethereally said hi. Missed that one. Hello, welcome to the stream. If you're still around, sorry for ignoring you there. It's because my stupid restream, it was ignoring random messages, which I don't understand at all. Gosh. Yeah, who knows how many messages it's missing. We got Fluffy Zombie asked, what are those little layer oh no, okay, that one I actually saw. Wonderful. Hey, Anna Lyra, thank you very much for the sub. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. Core asks, is Unity off the table for future game devs? No, not at all. I don't know why it would be. I think that these apples need to be brighter, for sure. Because they're still pretty hard to see. Let's go ahead and pause. We'll keep it running actually. And let's go check if we can brighten up those apples in our prefab here. Okay. So let's see if the apples, so here's the apple pool. That's not what we're looking at. I want to go into the canvas. I want to go into apple counts. And it says that they're as bright as can be, but they look so dark. Really crazy. So weird. Yeah, they look so dark in the UI. It's like really questionable. It seems like there's something covering them or something. I don't know. Couldn't be the fog. It's not the fog. They just look really dark. Let's maybe look. I'm going to duplicate this sprite. That's what I was wondering, is Matt. I'm going to call this one Apple Bright. And then open it in Photoshop and just see what kind of value range we're dealing with. Delete these apple chips. Okay, merge it all down. Core asks, the runtime fee isn't a problem. The runtime fee sucks. It's really expensive to use the engine, but still, I mean, still very possible. Not, you know, not going to be a deal breaker for a lot of people. It's still far cheaper than Unreal for most people. So kind of interesting that Unity is perceived to be this like no-go zone now. I think it's just because of the initial plan they had with the runtime fee was completely batshit nuts. But then they rolled it back to cap the revenue at 2.5%, which is, I mean, that's not crazy. I think it's a little crazy that they ask for the subscription fee and the runtime fee, or the royalty, what it amounts to. But certainly for our next game, we will be looking into Godot. We'll be seeing. I think that there's a good chance that we will make that work, because it would just be nice to be able to go open source. Those apples are a lot brighter. I can see them a lot better. So I think I'm going to go with those apples. And I would maybe even like to add a little outline to them, like a black outline, I think would help them. Yeah, that'll make them easier to see as well. Do like 3, -3. See if my restream is working or if it's just completely stopped working. Yeah, I think that the worst part about the runtime fee wasn't even the cost, it was just the retroactive elements. That part was like, I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. It's like, it's chaos, it's war, it's what it is. It's like, it's completely destroys the entire world, really. If you're gonna say that you're selling a middleware that the price can change at any time retroactively for products you've already shipped, it's just impossible to know what the price of anything is at that point, right? Like, you're using a middleware. Imagine if some middleware developer like Havoc or something, you know, came to Unity and was like, hey, yeah, you made your engine under the assumption that you're going to be paying this much. We actually want 20 times that. That's cool. So I don't know what would have happened. I don't know if the world would have been able to defend itself against that kind of attack. But it was never tested because Unity rolled it back. They were like, oh, no, we listened to you. They might have listened, or they might have been like, oh, I don't know if we're going to win this war against planet Earth, so we might have to roll this back, because it did seem completely insane that you could just change the price of a middleware for, you know, thousands of products that have already shipped that thought that they had agreed to the price. The craziest thing ever. And that for sure put the seed of doubt in a lot of people's brains about Unity. But I still think for a developer who's not, you know, for a developer who wants a job in the industry, I still think Unity is massive, and I don't know how soon it's going to go away. I'm going to try to add a little bit of contrast to this apple. For whatever reason, it's so doggone hard to see. Cyber asks, are you planning to switch to Unreal? No. If anything, we switch to Godot. I don't think I'd ever want to use Unreal, just because I don't like how there's no scripting layer. There's, you know, you've got the visual scripting, you've got Blueprint, or you've got C++ gnarly, like lower level layer of actual engine code. And I don't like how there's no scripting layer in between. But then maybe even more importantly, I also don't want to pay 5% royalty. I think that's really expensive. It's also a lifetime nightmare to be able to constantly be doing that. It is for Unity 2 now with the 2.5, which is why we would like to go to Godot if we can. It didn't look like they planned it very much. I know, right? Okay, I think we've got a spammer. God, there's just so much spam. It's so annoying. Let's see. Ban for life. Okay, so back to our mini game. We're just putting that apples on the side there. And we've got the bright apples. It is easier to see them now. I don't know. Are they too bright? Maybe I'll just knock back a little bit. Uatasaka, welcome to the stream. From West Shade, okay. Gatsu, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. So I'm going to add this little black background to these apples. Cyber asks, what do you think of Unity 6? Honestly, I haven't even looked at it. I don't even look at the new Unity updates. I mean, I looked at like the trailer or whatever, but I don't actually know what new features it has. I'm going to add the outline to it. Just to make these apples easier to see. And then let's add a little bit of spacing. So we've got spacing 0, which is pretty tight. So at least put it at 5. And then maybe maybe we want these apples to be just like a little bit smaller. It's like 65 by 65, something like that. Okay. And then we'll take one final look, and then I swear we will be done with this mini game and check it in. Right? Yeah, Aster says, used to not understand why people don't get updates. Yeah, updates are a big setback quickly. Vicky Cream asks, what did you use to texture your 3D work? The UV unwrapped in Blender, and the image manipulation app was Photoshop. Using Photoshop for a long time. They still look so dark. I cannot understand why they look so dark. It's so weird. Oh, I didn't update the sprite. That's what I didn't do. I got to update the sprite to the bright version. And in terms of authoring textures, there's just a lot of different ways to do it. Sometimes you'll actually model out the thing and bake it down. That way is kind of going a little bit by the dinosaurs now that we have Substance Designer. I've never used Substance Designer, but it definitely is the hot new thing, and I think it's I can tell this is the best way to make textures now. I just haven't taken the time to dive into it. But yeah, you know, lots of photo reference and photo textures and layering of different grunge maps and things like that. Whole process, most of it taking place in Photoshop. Cyber asks, is there a development plan? We're working on a new game called Songs of Glimmerwick, which is a Witch Academy RPG. The Steam page for it is up right now. I don't know if my little wish list thing will work here. Let's see. Put it in. Is that going to work? There we go. Yeah, if you want to check out Songs of Glimmerwick on Steam, it's highly anticipated, if I do say so myself. We've got, as of today, over 100,000 wish lists, which is a lot. It's good. Let me go over to Twitch and check if I've missed any. Seems like it hasn't missed any messages now. I don't understand why it just ignores some messages. It's so weird. Super weird. I wonder how many YouTube messages it's ignoring. Crazy. Seems like it's getting all the YouTube ones. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. All right, so we just need to make sure that this is leading to Apple Bright. It's just really hard to see the apple. And then we want to save that change and see if the apples just show up better, and then we'll make our check-in. But no plans for East Shade 2. Yeah, you can see those apples much better now. Oh, heck yeah, I got a 10. Maybe the 10 should make a more intense sound, like a triple ding or something. That's the last thing I'll do. I just think it'd be really fun if it made a crazy sound. Okay. I won't go as far as making like the clapping sound like a mobile game, but we'll get that 10. Bell notification, maybe bell. What is this? See different bells. Bells, I think round start bell or something. Boxing round bells, that might be. Yeah, that sounds good. Cyber asks where to start learning C#. I don't know what the best place is these days. I mean, I learned it over 10 years ago. But for me, I literally learned C# from the Unity scripting tutorials, which is kind of interesting. They were really good, and I cannot find them anymore. Geiger, I think was his name. I can't remember his name that did the scripting, the intermediate level Unity scripting tutorials. They start as if you don't know anything about how to code. It's really crazy. They just like, they're explaining basic stuff like strings to you and stuff. And I just watched that once, and I already started to understand how to put everything together. It all made a lot of sense to me. It clicked really quickly. And I was kind of off to the races once I had watched those tutorials. Like, I think they're like 5 or 6 hours to watch them all. And I felt like I had all the basics, and I just immediately started working on eShade. I immediately started making like a first person controller and all that. And I just kind of dealt with each problem as it came. Heck yeah. Oh, I love that sound. That's perfect. That's great. Thicky Cream asks, how long did you go to school for 3D before getting your first game dev job? I started doing 3D when I was 16, and I think a little before I was 19. So I think it was about 3 years. But I was really intense about it. I was doing it like, 10 hours a day at least. Kind of all I was doing with my life. And I made some really terrible stuff when I started out. Okay, we're gonna check that in. I'm so excited about that mini game. I'm so happy. That's the coolest, the best sort of, certainly one of our best mini games, and one of the better, more smooth implementations of an idea. It came out a lot better than I thought. It even came out looking better than I thought, because I think it looks pretty damn good. Okay. Let me go ahead, actually, if I can save GameCore. I think I can remove this Apple Toss mini game out of GameCore now and give GameCore a save. Cyber asks, is it profitable to develop video games? Well, if you're talking about like opening your own indie game studio or just opening your own game studio, it can be very profitable for sure. It's not, I don't think it's super profitable for someone who doesn't already have really good experience and background in games, because it's really hard to make a game that people want to buy. And that's the trick. You have to make a game that people actually want. And the standard for that is super duper 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 high. It's higher than most people can even wrap their heads around, I feel like, when they first start like being an indie developer. But if you have that sort of like almost like competitiveness, and you have the skills and you have the background and you have the experience to make something that blows people's minds, then yeah, it can make a ton of money. I mean, eShade is, $3.5 million gross revenue and counting, still making money every year. So certainly that changed our lives forever. I mean, we're working, my wife and I have our own company now, and we're self-funded. And we make solid money doing this. So it can work for some people, but it's hard. It's a hard business. It's not a dice roll. It's not like a chance thing. It's not like, oh, you could get lucky or you could not get lucky. It's just, You have to have the right mix of strengths and the right sort of game plan, and maybe the right position in your life as well, to potentially not make money for a while. You have the exact same game core object. All right. Thank you, Aster. So we've got all that ship shape. I've saved game core, and let's check this in. Mini game. What's it called? Apple toss mini game complete. Submit. Super excited about that. Okay, I need to go eat some food, unfortunately, but I want to be back. Should I go BRB? I don't know. Or stop the stream and make a new stream? I don't think it'll take me that long to eat. It's only 1:50. I think I'll go BRB. Enjoy your apples. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go BRB. I'll go as fast as I can. Probably be back in like 10-15 minutes. All right. Bye for now, everybody. Oh, I'm gonna scare some people. Doesn't matter how quietly I come back, gently I come back. Always gonna have a few people say, "Oh my gosh, you scared." Whenever you're BRB for more than say 10 minutes, people forget that the stream is going, and then you come back and you scare the bejesus out of them. So sorry about that. Back now, and we're gonna continue working. We're gonna continue creating lovely things. We're gonna work on the Dark Forest. We call it the Dark Forest. It'll probably not be called the Dark Forest because I'm pretty sure that's already taken by 17,000 other things. But called the Dark Forest right now. I'm gonna crack it open. This little emoji from Analarith. See if I can head over to Twitch. See if it's. What is it? Oh, it's someone sipping coffee. Isn't that quaint? Echoing. Okay, let me see about that. No echo. Okay, I wonder if it's just on one platform. Let's see. Testing, testing. Does anyone else hear an echo on either the YouTube or Twitch side? No echo? Okay. All right. So I'm going to turn on the Dark Forest. We can kind of see what we're doing. Thank you, everybody. Oh, thanks, Olroth. Really glad you enjoyed it. I was really proud of that video. I thought that it was good. YouTube, making content on YouTube is so weird, man. You just have no freaking idea what is going to be interesting to people and what is not. None whatsoever. Every single time I think that I have a video, like sometimes I'll like it seems like almost actually the opposite happens every time. Because I really thought that the Eastshade gameplay summary trailer was not going to get hardly any views on YouTube because it wasn't even meant to. I was just putting it up there as a sort of place that I could direct people. I thought that maybe over the next few years it might get some views, but they're not even important views because it's not the algorithm that's bringing the views. It's just, you know, people checking out the game, and I just thought it'd be good to have that there as a sort of last line of defense when people are going to buy the game, so they really understand what they're buying. But nope, the algorithm just picked it up, and it's got like 40,000 views now or something. I don't know why. So weird, man. And then the quest video is just like basically bombing. Like it just got like a few 5 views or something. Crazy. Hello, Cloudy Gaming. Welcome. Okay, perfect timing. All right, rock on. Well, glad it was helpful. I hope it gave some food for thought. For anyone who doesn't know, Olroth is talking about a YouTube video I made called 8 Qualities of Great Quests, which is the title. The title explains it. That's what it is. So last time we were working on the Dark Forest, we started filling out sort of area, and let's check out the Dark Forest and give it a save. Okay, yeah. It doesn't look great. Oh yeah, I remember Jacqueline wanted to, she wanted these cliffs. She was saying that these rocks right here look like they could be like choppable. So I think we need to look into that. Olroth says, wonder if you had any thoughts about how these attributes would change if you looked at more intrinsic motivation type quests for things like sandbox games. I think that they'd change a lot. Yeah, I think I do think sandbox games have a sort of different approach, but like, I don't know. I almost feel like even in sandbox games that are highly systemic, I think lots of players will want that sort of narrative stuff to grab onto, but I'm not really sure. Did you have like an example of like what kind of quest you're talking about? Cloudy Gaming says, watched your last video, so comprehensive towards a good approach of quest systems. All right. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could bring more. You know, usually these things I've been thinking about that for like years, and I've had that list of qualities of a quest for probably 7 years now. I've had a running list, and I've been sort of modifying it and editing it. So it is really hard to come up with new content when you have this one thing and you're like, okay, I have this one thing to talk about, and then you sort of put absolutely everything you have into it in terms of like knowledge and like things you know and all the interesting things you can think of, and then you make the video. And I think it seems like the trick to YouTube is sort of figuring out an endlessly milkable topic, which is not really my forte. I'm going to remove these rocks because Jacqueline was saying they just look like they're choppable. And I'm going to try to replace them with a possibly far uglier cliff, but at least it won't look choppable. So let's grab this cliff over here. Ulraf says, I'm thinking of games where the player sort of create their own quests, but the game can definitely help to inspire those. Yeah, I don't think that I doubt that anything in that video has any relevance at all to that kind of like the player made stories, emergent gameplay sort of stuff. I think that's going to be a really different can of worms than like traditional RPG quests. For survival sandbox factory games, RimWorld, Terraria, Minecraft. Yeah. Well, to me, like a game like Minecraft doesn't have any quests. Like that in my opinion. And if someone were to say, well, Minecraft does have quests, but they're like player-driven quests, like I would say, well, those are not quests. Those are something else. Those are just like, you know, things to do in the game, goals that the player's making for themselves, but I wouldn't call them quests necessarily. I feel like the word quest itself has a sort of narrative connotation. I'm trying to get this cliff in here. Let's see how it looks from the player perspective. Okay. That actually looks pretty good, which is surprising. I wasn't expecting that, but I'm pleasantly surprised. So I'm going to try to move that cliff closer. Okay. It's something. Yeah, cool. So now we just want to make sure that the trees aren't clipping into this cliff, so I'm just going to rotate them forward like this. Rotate them even more. And I don't even know if you can see these trees back here, but I'll go ahead and rotate them as well. This one definitely is like... Okay, we'll try that. Well, I'm going to put this big bush just behind, just to make sure that you can't like see through and around this cliff. So just stick that bush back there. Go ahead and rotate this bush forward as well. Maybe bring this tree forward, lift it up. Something like that. And we're going to have to come up with some little rocks to put in here to sort of fill in these gaps. I'm going to give that a save, see how that looks. I really want to bring this cliff forward more. Maybe we should just bring this thing back more. Make another one, put it over here. Okay. All right. I want to test how this is feeling. So I'm going to see what happens when I back up and set our, well, first of all, turn off our dark forest. We're going to have to turn off the dark forest prefab. For some reason is not presenting itself to me. Waiting for Unity update. Here it goes. Okay, dark forest, turn that off. Let's dive into the dark forest and just turn off the viz cam and save the prefab. Check the chat here. Okay. Mighty Moki Games, I appreciate the follow if you're still around. Sorry I missed you there. And I'm gonna back out of here and set our entry point to dark forest so that we can walk in here. Dark forest. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I wonder why this isn't animating. It's like slow motion. I like the look of these green things. The spores. It's great. CP Theodore, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I want to go deeper into the dark forest and I don't want to have to actually walk there. So I'm going to change our entry point. We should have like a fake entry point that we can use. Let's check this out. So here's the entry. Come on, definitely put one. That's interesting. Oh, shortcut dev entry, there it is. But shortcut dev entry, I'm going to put that as the entry point. Save that. And now we should spawn in a different part of the dark forest when we enter. Pop in here. Go. Not too bad. Kind of empty. But you know, it doesn't really look that bad, honestly. Sometimes I forget, you know. Like, we're always shooting for the moon so hard all the time. Make everything look so unbelievable. And I forget that, you know, this... like, this area, you know, already probably looks better than a lot of games. And it's like one of the worst looking areas in the entire game, so... Gotta know when to pick your battles. There's a tree clipping through a rock. Don't love that. Yeah, this area feels pretty good. That's cool. And this is good too, how it terminates over here. I think that's great. We could just cover that with rocks so players can't go over there. This tree looks good. Cool. It almost feels like these big ones aren't casting shadows. I don't really know why that is. But we're going to take a look. So we just need to fill out this area, and we also need this whole area to be covered just completely dense with trees. This looks really bad right here, how that tree needs support stuff right here. Glowing mushrooms. Yeah, we have some glowing mushrooms. I think that they're not glowing because it's not night. When it's nighttime, they glow. But maybe the dark forest is so dark, maybe they should always glow. I don't. One Bakba, hello, hello. Ask a question. Can sound dumb. Oh, that's okay. Can Unity reach Baldur's Gate 3 level of graphics quality? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 even looks very good. Like, I think that there's a lot of bad art decisions in that game, particularly with regards to the big read. I think that the game is so, well, I have a lot of particulars about the way the foliage is handled in that game. The scale of the foliage is all wrong. It's correct, and that's why it's wrong. Like, they tried to make the grass real world size, and it just looks noisy and bad. And the alpha coverage is not good. It's too thin. Everything's too thin. All the leaves are too small. Again, they're probably scaled to real world size, but it doesn't look good. I have a lot of problems with Baldur's Gate and the way it looks. But yeah, I don't think Unity would really stand in your way. You would just need, $20 million or whatever to make a game of that scope look like that. I could make a screenshot that probably looked better than anything in Baldur's Gate 3 in Unity. I'm 100% confident of that. I don't think that it would present a problem. I think there's a lot of things that come in with Unreal out of the box that would probably help you, particularly with regards to performance. But I don't think Unity 3 would, or Unity 3, what am I talking about? I don't think Unity would stand in the way that much. Maybe it would feel like standing in the way compared to Unreal, because Unreal, again, comes with so many things out of the box that are just work better or that are more efficient. Like GPU instancing is easier, it's more built in, it's more performant. The shadow filtering is much better in Unreal. The shadow performance is much better on Unreal. Things like that. But no, I think you could do it in Unity. Little Spinat, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Also, Fernet and Games appreciate the follow. Thanks, folks. CPT Theodore says, the rendering engine is not the problem there. Yeah, I think that the rendering is fine. And I think that the rendering features of Unity would be good to go as well. Yeah, a lot of pretty stuff in Unity for sure. So I'm going to go into our dark forest. I actually think that Godot is capable of making stuff unbelievably insanely gorgeous stuff. Just looking at the graphics features, I think it hasn't been done yet because there are no professionals working with Godot. But man, if I just had 2 weeks, I think I could make the most beautiful thing ever made in Godot. It would blow people away. And probably people would look at it and they would say, wow, Godot has really come a long way. Just like they said about Unity when I first started putting out eShade screenshots, I kept hearing that comment over and over. Oh my God, the new Unity looks amazing. It's like, this isn't even the new Unity. This is Unity 4. Unity 4 is when I released the first eShade screenshots, and they looked exactly like eShade looks today, even better than eShade looks today. Significantly better even, in some way. So I wanted to completely cover back here with trees. Art style is like 90% of what makes things look good. Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, art style and all the things that, I guess, I mean, art style is a big umbrella that kind of covers everything. So I think we can definitely say, quality of the artists and what they're making and the art decisions, the high level art decisions that are being made, the values, the material values and the colors and the big read and the prop placement of things and the composition of things and what details are included, what details are focused on, what details are actually authored in the first place instead of just being left. Sometimes the details that people tend to focus on are not the right details for actually making something look good. I'm just filling in the background here with all these trees. But again, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 actually looks that good. In my opinion, it's not a great looking game. I know that probably a lot of people disagree with that, but I guess I have a different. Everyone has different eyeballs. But I don't think that game reads well. I don't think it, like, you squint your eyes, I don't think it reads well at all. I think it reads very poorly. I think the up close details are good, but that doesn't really interest me. I want it to look stunning when you squint your eyes, and I don't think that they've achieved that most of the time. Another problem is how close you can zoom in that game compared to how far you can zoom. Like, it's really hard to author things that look good from two different, vastly different, like, detail levels, like closeness levels. And I think that because they let people zoom in so far and they focus so much on that noodly little nitty gritty detail that does not read well when you pull back, I think that was really contributing to why, why they couldn't hone in and make it look really particularly beautiful from one perspective or the other. Let me catch up here. Baldur's Gate 3, I think it uses Unreal 4, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it uses the new one with Lumen and stuff. Oh, Bakba asks, do you think Godot reached Unity's graphics level? No, I don't think so. When I think of graphics level, I think of like shader features. I think of like baseline performance, like draw call for draw call performance. I think of performance features, optimization features, things like culling and batching and GPU instancing, things like that. Those kinds of systems, how efficient they are and how ready for production they are. Then, shader features, what you have access to in the shaders, and then of course the shaders that come with the engine as well. And I don't think Godot is on Unity's level in any of those. But that's not what makes games. I mean, it's a little bit what makes games look good, but it's a small part of what makes games look good. Like, who was it that said, let me scroll up in the chat here. 90% art style, somebody said. Tesla, cool. Yeah, I think that's right, Mostly the art decisions you make. Does Baldur's Gate really need a good read? I don't understand the question. The grass physics feel a bit off. Certainly the grass looks, I don't know if I've noticed the physics, but definitely just the look of the grass is very crunchy, particularly because it's authored to be this close to it, and most of the time you're this, way far away from it. It does not read well. It reads really poorly. Yeah, tailor the art style to the engine. Maybe a little bit of that. Yeah, definitely you don't want to be doing things that the engine can't do. I've always felt like I don't need much to make a beautiful game. Basically, things we had, 15 years ago. I don't even want a lot of the new things that engines have. Like, I'm kind of an old, cranky man in that sense. Like, I guess I disagree with the types of things that a lot of game engines, the direction that at least the three big modern game engines I think of is Unity, Unreal, and Godot. And I guess you could even include like CryEngine and the CryEngine derivatives in there. I don't agree with a lot of things they're choosing to prioritize. The focus on real-time GI is insane to me. It's completely insane, and it's running in the opposite direction of making things look good. It's actively working to make things look worse, just so that you can have real-time GI. Nobody uses real-time GI. Nobody. I'm just looking at these trees here. So I need more coverage here, and I need a plane because we can't have the ground showing through there. So yeah, I mean, almost no games use real-time GI. You're either pre-computing your GI, or you're not using GI. You're maybe baking it in at the prop level. You're using a second UV channel and painting, lighting, or something. Like, there's so many different ways to do it that are not expensive. And here we're just blowing 30% of our frame just right away, just to have something that looks worse than what we had 10 years ago by pre-computing the GI. And nobody cares if the door opens and now, you know, you get a little bit more bounce light when the door opens. That almost never is noticeable. The idea of, you know, of things in the world moving and changing the GI is just such a niche, weird thing to be prioritizing. The only thing it makes easier, I guess, is the workflow. Like, you don't have to bake GI, which is kind of its own nightmare. You gotta have a second UV channel and a whole bunch of extra textures and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like I'd rather make that better than try to go the real-time GI route. It's such a wayward route, in my opinion. And it's a route that is completely not, like, it's for tech people by tech people. It's not for artists. It's not what artists want to make games look better. It's what tech people are, you know, getting excited about. I guess it's for films and architectural visualization. Yeah, maybe definitely for architectural visualization, I can see that being important. I don't know, for films, I would think, you know, you would want that stuff to look good, and it doesn't yet. And it, you know, the kind of supercomputer you need to make it look good, like, kind of doesn't exist yet. I'm gonna put maybe a plane over here. So I'm just gonna put, like, oh, I don't know, let's see, like put a ground plane, 3D objects, plane. Where did that plane go? Stick that on the ground. Let's put, remove the mesh collider and just put, like, see if we can get a dark forest material. I'm not even concerned necessarily with exactly what is on the ground over here. I just want something other than being able to see the background. A massive problem. I might even want, like, here, we'll grab this. I'm going to duplicate this material, and I'm going to call it, like, dark forest BG ground. I'm really interested in what's going to happen with Lumen, because as far as I've been able to tell, most of my environment art buddies in the games industry are not excited about Lumen. They're not, you know, it doesn't, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the future, if we want to pay all that extra overhead for the virtualized geometry stuff, and then the real-time GI stuff is just so expensive. And what it does to the workflow and everything, I don't know. I've never used it though. I'm gonna look for a simple cutout shader here, and let's go with, like, dark grass, and then I'm gonna just turn it really dark. And now I can just put this, I can probably put this, like, under the entire world here. Just cover up all these extra edges. Let's see. Let's catch up with chat. Go back a little bit. Hey, Adam Rushford, welcome. No, any C++ want a custom workflow? I don't understand the question. Going crazy with Fortnite money, maybe. Does Unity have a plan bringing something like Lumen? I don't think so. Lumen is super weird and specialized. Like, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, I don't see that as a general trend in the industry that everyone wants to go to virtualized geometry all of a sudden. Like, I don't see people chomping at the bit. That's not the natural next step for 3D in video games. It's just a sort of weird side tangent that Unreal is going on. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Adam Rushford asks how many years you've developed this on Unity now. We've been working on Songs of Glimmerwick since 2019. So 5 years. Cicada says it's overhyped. I do think it makes sense given the trajectory of GPU performance gains. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Wicked Engine. I've never even heard of that. CPT asks, what do you mean by virtualized geometry? That's the system that Unreal 5 uses, where it like streams the geometry in, and it like loads it in patches. It doesn't just put it all in the GPU like normal, and then the further away you get from it, it like crunches it down in some very specific way. I don't know. I'm not super well versed in exactly what it's doing, so definitely give it a Google if it's something you're interested in. But it's virtualized geometry. The technology is not old, but it's older than Lumen, and it's kind of the direction that Unreal 5 has gone in, even though they call it their own thing. They call it nanite, that's what they call it. Like mega texture, but with geometry. I think so. I think it kind of streams in from someplace other than, I think it kind of streams in from disk. And the way that it's arranged in the GPU memory is different, I know, but I don't know the exact specifics of it. I'm sure I'm really butchering it. Adam Rushford says, it's just now coming to fruition, but I think he started with a different engine under the same name many years ago. Oh, the Wicked engine. Wow. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. Okay, we need some more trees over here. Some more of the same trees. Just grab all these trees and copy them. I wish that all of the GPU and CPU power, instead of every single programmer and every single tech person trying to take it for their own new weird way of rendering, I kind of wish that we would just stop and we would just be like, here's way more GPU power and CPU power. Why don't we just let the artists go crazy and make way more draw calls and stuff with the same old workflow and technology that everyone knows and uses at this point? I don't know. Maybe that's what Nanite is trying to accomplish. Sort of simplifying the workflow. But I don't know. I haven't used it, so. Bob Ross vibes right now. I don't think Bob Ross ever rants about tech. I feel a lot less chill than Bob Ross. Nanite is GPU-based texture loading with focus-centric LOD biasing. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think the LODs as well, they're not like traditional LODs that we think of. It's more like dynamic tessellation, where it's like collapsing everything as it gets further away. Does Elden Ring even use Unreal Engine 5? Does Elden Ring even use Nanite? Does Elden Ring use Nanite? It doesn't look like it does. No. Apparently Elden Ring doesn't even use Unreal. Huh. Unless their own engine, Dantelion? 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 I don't know. Maybe that uses a sort of virtualized geometry method. I don't know. I don't know much about it. In-house. Wombat says draw calls are a bottleneck though. You won't even get to use the GPU to its full extent. Right, if you're bottlenecked by draw calls. Yeah, I think draw calls definitely are the bottleneck. And I don't know if Nanite solves the problem, right? I don't think Nanite actually helps you in the draw call land. Maybe it does, I don't know. And Nanite avoids small triangles, right? Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha, Adam Rushford. Okay, a few more trees. I think we've got enough trees now. I'm going to move on to a new section. I've just been sort of noodling away at that little section, and I want to think of a new shtick. Like, what are we going to do here for this section? I feel like this section is kind of boring, so I want to come up with something. So I'm just moving the camera. I'm going to give this a save, back up. Magical beach. I like beaches. Hey, Saravati. Let's turn on our dark forest so we can see what we're doing. I wish that I could think of something here. I don't just want to copy more of, oh yeah, I wanted to check out these trees. Are these things not casting shadows? They are casting shadows. So I don't know why we're getting these weird shadow patterns. I guess the shadows are casting from the right. Maybe we need some trees over here. Oh, okay. So they're kind of casting from the back. So it seems like we might need some sort of tree here to sort of fill in the shadows here. I don't necessarily know if it needs to be a tree per se. That's probably going to get in the way of our camera. Let's go ahead and move the viz over and see what we've got. So let's move the viz. Wow, you can't even see that tree. It's kind of incredible. Move it a little bit more down. I still cannot see that tree. Oh, because I didn't save the prefab. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Catch up with chat here. Swamp time. Yeah, we've got some swamps in this dark forest for sure. Adam Rushford says nanite helps texture rendering. No, it doesn't avoid small triangles. It breaks up the scene on a screen level basis. Really complicated, honestly, and doesn't improve all that much. I think it does prevent small triangles though. Because typically when things get far away, when meshes get far away, you get the really tiny little triangles. And I think that nanite is automatically going to collapse those down into lower resolution. So I think you do save on those sort of sub-pixel triangles that aren't really doing anything. The GPU is just doing a lot of work to calculate what's going on, and then it ends up coming out to be like a literal pixel. I think it does help that a little bit. But you could also do that, you know, with LODs. Of course, Nanite systemizes it across your entire game, but you could do it with LODs. You just have, you know, lower resolution LODs. I know that like dynamic tessellation does the same thing. You had like terrain or something, but I know it does it all in a very different way. So who knows? Someone would have to like benchmark it and go do a deep dive on it. CPT says, I'm a game developer myself. Would you recommend live streaming aside from marketing and exposure? Would there be any non-obvious pros and cons? I don't think that streaming development really builds an odd, like, I don't think it's great for exposure, really. I don't know how many people have found our games through my streams. I think it's really good for building a more excited fan base, like your existing fan base, you know, that they can jump in and they can feel more like part of the development, and then they can maybe turn into evangelist fans. That's one little benefit. But for me, the big benefit is that I tend to, on certain tasks, sometimes, not right now because I'm gabbing, but sometimes when I'm streaming, I can focus really, really well for longer periods of time than if I wasn't. I know it's kind of counterintuitive, but you know, not everyone has that problem, but it does help me focus sometimes. So that's honestly, at this point, the biggest reason why I like to stream. So that one's probably non-obvious, but for some people, it's going to make them it's going to make them less focused because they're going to tend to want to gab more, or they're going to be distracted by the fact that people are watching. Sometimes I tend to gab, but for the most part, I'm pretty focused when I'm streaming, which is why my streams are kind of boring, and why, you know, this stream will never be that big. It's always going to be pretty niche, or at least boring to many people, not to everyone. All right. Lil Spinat, late night embroidering. That sounds really cozy and wonderful. Wombat Science, thank you for the follow. Also, Lil Spinat, I really appreciate the follow. Thanks very much. Okay, let's see here. So this tree right here, I think it can be in the foreground like that, but I think it just has to be like kind of slanted out. Even more than that. Okay, well, it still looks bunk. It still looks wrong. It still looks wrong. I have to cover it with some kind of something. Here, let's maybe grab some. We need something to cast shadows here at the end of the day, so I'm going to grab, hopefully, just a canopy. I'm going to copy that canopy and pop it out of its group here. And I'm just going to move it around here until we can get some shadows. I don't know where the shadows for this thing are. I don't know why they're not showing up. Where are my shadows, dude? What is going on here? I don't see any shadows. Huh. Oh, I think that these things don't have... I think I know what's going on. Okay, so these canopies don't actually cast shadows. There's something else that casts shadows. What is it? It's this shadow caster object. I'm really surprised that these tree trunks are apparently casting shadows. It's these shadow caster objects. So I'm going to duplicate one, and I'm just going to try to... Here we go. There we go. That's looking better. So now I can sort of move that to a more reasonable spot and just sort of be artful about where my shadows go. We can move them over here. It seems like there could be more shadowing over here. I don't know why this is in complete light, but try something like this. Try to shadow that whole side there. Would look good. I like when the roots pop personally. Traversal issues. Yeah, the roots popping can look good. We've got some of that going on down here, and that's why I'm a little bit reluctant to put it throughout the whole forest. I like to try to make everything, every turn, every corner look different. Very tedious. Tesla asks, can you create an item that only casts shadows but isn't itself rendered? Yes, you can. That's what I have right here, this shadow caster object. If it was rendering, it looks like this, literally just like an alpha cutout, but it only is casting a shadow, which is useful in very specific situations like this, where I really want to control where the shadows are falling, because these canopies, they're sometimes making too much shadow or too little shadow, and I just want to have a little bit more artistic control over that. Okay. All right, well, that's that. Let's move on to the next area. I just gotta find some other shtick here. I don't know what to do. Let's maybe grab all these trees. I want to try to make a group that houses all these trees. So I'm going to add a new empty. I'm going to call this like a Christmas tree swath. And I'm just going to stick it right in the middle of all these. And I'm going to try to grab all of them. Hopefully they're all kind of together. Put all these in. Put all these in, I think. Okay, I'll go ahead and deactivate that. And now I can really see which ones haven't made it in yet. So just grabbing all those. Seems like there's a bunch more over here. So we don't want those. Those aren't the right ones. I'm gonna start flipping through these. Oh my God, there's so many back there. You can't even see them, I don't think. Okay, a bunch right here. So just grabbing all of these. Oops, see now there's two that don't belong. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Not that one, not that one. Or any of these. Okay, and we're gonna put that in our Christmas tree swath group, which is somewhere. Here it is. Stick that in there. Okay. Now let's see where the rest of these are. Let's just start clicking on them. See if we can just get them all. And then we'll have a much easier time copying them and moving them. Okay, here we are. Into the Christmas tree swath group. Here we go. A couple more. A few more. And I think that's good. I don't think we want the others there. It's a pretty long line of Christmas trees. Okay. I'm just going to copy them and move them over here. Now, they're kind of on the wrong trajectory here. I'm going to try to just select a big portion of them and just move them up like that. Select another portion of them right here. Move them up. Select some of these ones and move them over. Just try to fill this thing out. Something like that. Yeah, pines, coniferous trees, fir trees, whatever you want to call them. I'm calling them Christmas trees because when I think of pine trees, I think of all kinds of different pines. And these ones have a very Christmas tree shape. So taking the viz cam and I'm moving it over so we can see what we're doing. And just sort of moving it along this path. I can't even see. Here, let's give it a save. Okay, that path is getting a little bit more claustrophobic. I don't know, man. Got a lot of forest to author here. I need to come up with some visually distinct shtick that looks good, but you know, isn't like something we've used already because I don't want this forest to start to feel samey while you're walking through it. I'm just copying a bunch of rocks here. And I'm just gonna place them over here. Oh man. I can't rotate this. I guess the only way I could do it, I could rotate the whole thing And then I could grab the individual origins and rotate those back. Oh, look at that. Okay, that works. Cool. All right, go back to rotating the whole thing and then rotate the individual visual origins back to face the camera. Something like that. Give that a save. You can't even see those rocks. They're too far off. What about some glowy mushroom patches? We've got lots of mushrooms growing throughout the whole forest, but I don't think I've tried just going absolutely ballistic on one swath of mushrooms. So maybe that is something to try. I think that these, I don't know how many different variants we have of the wand maker hut mushroom. Let's see. It looks like we just have the 2. So let's try that. Let's try that. Let's see what we can do. Let me go ahead and start us off by copying these 2, and then I want to make sure to put them in a group. Let's copy them. Yeah, you know, I think every game needs giant mushrooms. Seems like we should have giant mushrooms, right? Maybe that's the ticket. Can you have too many giant mushrooms? I've never played a game and saw a giant mushroom and been like, oh, look, a giant mushroom, really? That's really generic. Like, I don't think anyone tires of giant mushrooms, right? Series on arborism. Oh, cool. Julian Smithies, hello and welcome, asks, are you currently accepting expressions of interest for voice acting? A relative of mine could be suitable for this game. No, we only do casting for voice acting at the very end. Do it at the very end. We put out open auditions. We tend to have hundreds and hundreds, thousands even, thousands of auditions. So for Eastshade, we had thousands of auditions from hundreds of voice actors. And we really prefer folks who have some experience voice acting. A lot of people, well, voice actors will be the first to tell you that a lot of people feel like they could voice act, but they've never tried acting, not even voice acting, just acting in general. So, you know, we tend to prefer people who have experience or like who are proven voice actors. But more importantly, we just listen to the audition and we go from there. So everyone, we have an open audition, and we comb through the hundreds of different auditions for every character we have. And then sometimes after we hire a bunch of them, sometimes we'll have the auxiliary roles that we can give them as well. But that's generally how we do it. Minuscule mushrooms. We have fairy circles in the game already, actually. Voice acting is hard work. Yeah, it's. I mean, I've done voice acting myself for Eastshade. It's fun. I like it. Let me add a new group. I think one issue with voice acting is that there's not a lot of work to be done. Like, you know, someone could knock out an entire role in one day. You can literally record hours of, you know, you could record like 1 or 2 hours of lines in a single day, and then you're done. And it's just one day of work. You compare that to like creating a quest for that character is going to take like weeks of work from the programmer, probably at least a week of work from the designer, maybe a week of work for the playtester, and maybe another week back from the designer for revisions and stuff. Potentially a month or 2 months or 5 months of work from the environment artist. So there's not a lot of voice acting for each game. Even huge games, you know, you can knock out all of the lines from a single voice actor in usually in an hour. If it's a really, really, really big role, it might take a day or 2 days. Or if it's like the biggest role ever, like we're talking like, you know, Fallout 4 levels of main character dialogue, yeah, maybe a week or 2. But there's just not a lot of work for them, fortunately. Let me call this mushroom field. And then I'm going to take these 2 little mushrooms. Well, first of all, I'm going to make sure there's no scale on this. I think film days are less for many movies than the voice acting. Yeah, I don't know too much about it. I'm gonna just create the most insane field of mushrooms here and see if it looks good. Okay. Just this crazy onslaught of mushrooms. See if we can get away with scaling some of them like really big. Not really big. We're not talking giant mushrooms here. This is just still a normal field of mushrooms, but give that a save. Oh, wow, interesting. I don't know. I don't like it. At least that doesn't really look right. Not with them that big anyway. Could try smaller. Go even more. See how that looks. No, doesn't look good. These aren't the right kind of mushroom for it anyway. Let's see if real life has us with anything. Or like mushroom field. Mushroom field. We've got illustrations. I haven't seen any photos. Here's like somebody growing a bunch of mushrooms. I have all kinds of different mushrooms. Let me go ahead and give that a save. I'm gonna delete that. I don't like those mushrooms at all. And let's go grab I think these little blue mushrooms we know. These look pretty good in clusters. Okay, we'll copy that. Copy. Let's go back to the dark forest. Open. If you cut those mushrooms in half, it would look good. I don't know. We definitely can sprinkle those mushrooms around, but doesn't seem to be having the effect. I'm gonna put these little blue ones. I'm gonna just move them to their pivot here. And then maybe duplicate. Give that a save. Those ones definitely look better. But yeah, still not great. It does seem like these are the types of things we need to sprinkle around. Doesn't seem like we can just go for a giant field of mushrooms. That looks okay. I really don't know what the play is here for creating variety, because I really don't want these just giant trees. I mean, the giant trees look great. Like we already have established a look that looks really good, but I just don't want to use it to fill up the entire forest with the same old stuff. Leaf piles, we have tried leaf piles, and we've never quite gotten them. Oh crap, I just turned on autosave. We have actually a whole forest where the entire ground is leaves. So basically we've already done everything, guys. Done everything already. There's nothing left to do. No, I'm kidding. There's always something left to do. There's always more you can do. Okay, what about like, well, I mean, we can definitely like place some of these little blue mushrooms around, but it's not really gonna solve our problems of not having like a significant shtick to build around. You can just place these little mushrooms and punctuate things. But yeah, it's not gonna be the bread and butter we're looking for. I think really what we need is something big, like the trees themselves. Like this shtick worked amazing. Spent a lot of time on this one tree, but now that we have the one tree, you know, we really milked it. We used it for a swamp area. We used it for this sort of darker forest area, and now a little bit more open here, but still sort of using some of them. But now I think we've expired it. I don't want to use it too much. We do have ferns. Yeah, we've got this. I call this the fern corner because it's just like tons of ferns right here, which didn't actually end up looking that good. I don't think this looks great. Like that's why I didn't like just go crazy. If it looked really good, then we would, you know, try to milk it a little bit more. But it doesn't look that great, so. It might be the kind of fern, like maybe we need to experiment with different ferns. I feel like the swamp is the rooty area. I don't really know what else. Unless we just like modeled specific roots that were just roots. That could actually be something. Just like big roots coming out of the ground, maybe. I mean, that could be something. But usually there's a tree attached to roots, so I feel like there could be a tree somewhere. I'm trying to imagine, like, I know giant mushrooms would definitely look good, but I'm just trying to imagine what we would see of them. And maybe the best way to do it, oh my God, I don't even know if I saved this. Did I save this? I did, cool. Maybe the best way to do it is just to try modeling. Let me maybe open up a Blender file. Maybe that's the next step, giant mushrooms. How about a burrow? What's a burrow? Will there be spell casting in game? Yeah, you can do spells in this game. You play little songs and they cast spells. Let me go ask Jacqueline about giant mushrooms, and then if she says, yeah, that could be a thing, then maybe I'll open up Blender file, maybe try prototyping, modeling a giant mushroom and kind of sprinkling it around the map and trying to prototype how that might look. Like a hole. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, it would be cool to have a burrow, but I don't think that can be like a big bread and butter thing that we can design the look around necessarily. We have something called mole holes, which the player can go into, but they're very small. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Claymation skeleton fighting game. Claymation skeleton fighting game. What is that? Claymation skeleton fighting game. Play fighter? I don't see it. Let's see here. Okay. So I've been given the green light to prototype some giant mushrooms, but the first thing we need to do is look for giant mushrooms. I want to find the coolest fantasy giant mushrooms that have ever existed. So there's so many directions we could take with the giant mushrooms. That's one of the great parts about giant mushrooms. Am I so overexposed? One second, guys. I'm gonna a little bit. Well, now I'm underexposed. Now I'm exactly as exposed as I was before. Okay, well, it's clearly too hard for me, so I'm gonna move on. I like these. These are cool. Take a peek at those. This is, I think, a more classic giant mushroom look. With just like the red top. This is a Morrowind giant mushroom look. It's like really colorless, decrepit mushrooms. I don't think we need to go use that as reference in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that those are, certainly not color-wise. I like the clean look. I think for this game, like illustrated, I think it's better to go for a more clean. I don't think we want to go for like a crazy, detailed, Rudy sort of mushroom look. I think if anything, we want the sort of cleaner, more simple, like, I wonder like these, this is like a psychedelic mushroom look. What's going on here? Whatever. The Spirit of the Samurai. This is the claymation fighting game. What's this? Spirit of the Samurai. Let me see what this is all about.
I'm going to tell you a story.
Is this claymation? Wow. That's cool. Oh, very cool. Yeah, it has a really, really unique look to it because of that. Spooky. That's scary. That's cool stuff. Let me type in giant mushroom fantasy. Let's get extra cheesy here. I just want to look at all my options. So this is like the crazy surrealist. This one is like too Rudy, like too, I don't want to go this complicated with it. I want something a little simpler. There's just so many options. One Bakpa asks, may I ask what is the game you like most graphics wise? Interesting question. Oh man, I like a lot of different things. The most beautiful game. Gosh, I've never really thought about that. What is the most beautiful game I've ever... I think I think The Witcher 3 is one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen. I'd have to say that my favorite game visually has got to be Oblivion. And I know a lot of people think of the mashed potato faces when they think of Oblivion, but I am not. I am an environment artist, so I think in terms of environments, and I feel like the environments are kind of where the soul of the game are. I know for some people it's the opposite, but I really love, in particular, I love the architecture in Oblivion. I think it's really, really grounded, but also has enough unique flair to it to really make it feel fantastical and like I'm somewhere new. But yeah, I'd say Oblivion is my favorite, artistically my favorite game. The best game ever. It's my favorite game ever, that's for sure. I don't know about the best. Best is very qualitative. I tend to not go there when I'm describing video games, but I wouldn't object to hearing somebody else say that. I have sort of two separate ways of like gauging a game, and one is my own personal taste, and one is like the objective, my objective measure of if I think the game executed on its own design goals. I personally feel that The Witcher 3 is maybe the greatest RPG ever made. Even though I personally don't love The Witcher 3 that much myself, it's not to my taste in many ways, but I acknowledge that it's probably the best RPG ever made to date in terms of executing on their own design goals and just the scope of everything they did and the general level that they achieved on every single quest in the game and every single place in the game, all the things that go into it. I think that Witcher 3 is maybe one of the best games ever made, but it's not exactly for me. Whereas Oblivion is like the opposite. Oblivion is to my taste in every way, and that's why it's my favorite game ever. But I can see why it's not technically one of the greatest games ever made because of, there's some pretty glaring design problems in Oblivion, which I don't care about. They don't bother me, but I can see the issue people have with them. And I don't think that it was by design. I think that these things were just sort of them kind of missing the mark a little on their own design goals. Glad to hear we've got some fellow Oblivion fans in the chat. All right, I'm glad you dig Eastshade's architecture. Well, I really like Eastshade's architecture too. What can I say? It's very much to my taste. RDR2 is an absolutely gorgeous game. I think that has to be up there as well as one of the most beautiful games ever made. Yeah, I think that's a great mention for visuals in terms of art direction, in terms of graphical execution, and basically every way you can measure, visually. I think RDR2 definitely is up there. Adam Rushford didn't know that I was. Wait, no way. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm the lead developer of Eastshade. A raid. Okay, let's see. I'm on a restream, so sometimes I miss stuff. Hey, what up? Elena, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate that. Got a few new follows that I've probably missed. I don't think Luca Blom, if you're still around, I thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. And Homesick as well. Really appreciate the follow. Got tempted by the mod. Okay. All right. So it's been a while since I gave sort of a high level overview of what we're doing. We are currently working on an area of the game we call the Dark Forest. And I'm about to prototype, if I can ever manage to stop flapping my jaw here, about to prototype some giant mushrooms. So let's get to it. So let's go into models, and I'm going to go into giant tree. I'm going to crack open that Blender file. And then I'm going to save as, we'll call this giant mushroom. And then I'm going to grab everything in the whole file, probably just literally everything. I don't think we need anything in here, and just delete it. And then I'm going to add a new empty, cube empty to export from. And we will call this giant mushroom 1 LD0. I'm going to go ahead and add cube, scale it up a little. I'm going to delete the top and bottom. Disable proportional fall off. I'm going to move the bottom verts right to the ground floor. So just set it right on 0. I'm going to move these, top verts. Sort of make our stem. Going to add a couple cuts here. And I'm going to make this a more cylindrical thing. Vintage Blender. Yeah, it's an older version of Blender. Game mushrooms. Huh. Maybe I don't know what that means. Shade smooth. We go ahead and add a subdivision surface to it to make it even smoother. And I don't exactly know what mushroom we're going with. We're just going to sort of freeball our own mushroom here. I'm going to grab the bottom and just sort of scale it up. Grab the top, scale it up a little bit. And I want this thing at least to have some dynamism to it. The trick is we need to figure out like what the player is going to see, right? It's not as simple as just modeling a mushroom. It needs to be designed in a way that looks great from the player perspective. That's the only perspective we care about. So let's try to make that cap now. And because we care, first and foremost about the player perspective, we're going to have to accommodate the design. Like, I think that these mushrooms are going to not have to have super huge caps, because if they have super huge caps, then, well, you won't be able to see the player underneath it. So we've got to make sure that, it works from the player perspective. I'm not even going to bother modeling underneath it because it just doesn't matter. And I just want to try to find something that will look great from the player's perspective. This is probably going to need even more subdivision. So I'm going to go ahead and add another subsurf here. Give that a save. It's not that old. It's 12 years old maybe. I don't know. Long stalks and small caps. Yeah, maybe even very tall caps we could do. The most important thing though is just getting it into the engine as quickly as possible. Like, we definitely don't want to spend too long just trying to model the thing. I'm going to give it a little bit here, just something, and I'm just going to put it into the engine. So let's put everything as a child of that object, and I just want to get some kind of material on there. I'll go ahead and put it oak bark on it. Why not oak bark? It doesn't matter. And then I'll even unwrap this thing. Okay, hey, glad you were able to find the Twitch channel, Elena. I'm also, this is actually technically illegal what I'm about to do, so nobody report me. I'm also streaming on YouTube now. Not that I'm streaming right now, but I might be streaming right now, but I'm not allowed to say if I'm streaming right now. But potentially, there is something called multi-stream, where you stream on both platforms. Not that I'm allowed to talk about whether I'm doing that or not, but I am the type of person to do it, if you catch my meaning. I don't know if that works better for you. But it sounds like you've been on Twitch for a while, so. Yes, allowed to multi-stream, but technically you're not allowed to mention your other stream on Twitch anyway. So I'm just going to give ourselves some UVs to work with, and then I'll also unwrap top here, just to give us something to work with. I don't care about the texture. I don't care about the material or texture right now. I'm just going for silhouette and form. I just want to see what it looks like. So now we've got our giant mushroom, and we're gonna go ahead and export it into the engine. So here we go. We've got our giant mushroom. And I just want to see where what can we even see from the player's perspective. So let's give that a save. Okay. And I just want to get this sort of preliminary understanding of how this is going to work. It's going to work. It is going to work. I already know it's going to work. Just from that, just from the block-in, I can already tell it's going to work. It just looks cool. It's going to look cool. Let's look at, we need to get some wobble on the mushroom. I think we want the head to be kind of a more complicated head with that little cap there. I think we want this sort of divot here. And then we definitely want to grab like a side of this and skew it up like that. This one skew down. We just want a bit of like dynamism there, just a bit of wonkiness in there. Yeah, I can tell it's gonna work. We've got a long way to go, and we need to figure out how we want to do this, because like, yeah, we're gonna have to definitely have a couple different ones. Try maybe making like a smaller one and putting it down here, this sort of thing. Maxwell, welcome to the chat, and asks if there's a reason I'm using 2.79. It's because I wrote a custom exporter for Blender that works just the way I like it, and I just don't want to change and rewrite the whole thing. Fernet asks, do you have any ideas as to when you'll release it? Also, are you planning on doing EA or beta? We are planning on doing a closed beta, and definitely not planning on doing early access. So when it comes out, it'll be the full thing. In terms of when it'll come out, this I can't say. Yeah, we just haven't announced that anywhere, so I've not announced a release date. I think we gave an estimated release date to the press. Not because it was our preference to do so, but just because basically it's the only question we'll get unless we have something. And that date has already passed. But it's a ways off. It's not coming out like in the coming months or anything. This is great. Like I can see the bottom of this mushroom, which is awesome because that means we can, like, if we just kind of have this mushroom turned like that, like, this is so cool because we can get that dynamicness of seeing the bottom, which usually looks really cool. You wouldn't think, how can you see the bottom from top down view? Well, we made it work. You know, we just rolled the mushroom over sideways. And even though it would be kind of weird from this perspective to see a mushroom that far tilted over, it's not weird from the top down perspective to see that. So we can totally model the bottom of this mushroom and make it look really beautiful. And then we'll get some more dynamicness out of the different sides. So the question is, you know, how can we make this into a field of mushrooms that we can like walk through, and we just have to play with the placement, play with the different sizes and things. And then we have to figure out what kind of vegetation we're going to put around the mushrooms. But I can tell right now, ooh, these mushrooms are going to look fantastic. I'm really excited about them. Okay. All right. Let me catch up with chat real quick. And then unfortunately, I'm going to start winding down. Got to be out of here by 4. Small glowing ones. Yeah, I could always go with the glowing ones. Okay. Good to know. Ecliptic Fates. Yeah, no, hey Noam, we're just working on some mushrooms in this dark forest area of the game, this really large area of the game, sort of a spookier, more dangerous area. Nothing's really dangerous in this game because nothing can kill you. But yeah, just trying to figure out different visual shticks for each sort of corner of the forest as you walk through the forest, so you can, you know, experience different visual elements. We want it to stay fresh as you traverse this place. Right. Lena, thanks for the kind words. I wish I knew how to do all this. You can do it. Do it. A little 3D modeling, little game engine training course, and you can make things together if you want to. I'm sure you have some other interests that are you're more passionate about that you do. Thanks, Fernette. Appreciate the kind words. All right. Glad to hear that you like the trailer. Elliptic says, it's me, Adam. Which Adam? I know a number of Adams. Okay. All right. Well, I think I've got to run. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Rushford from the YouTube side. Oh, okay. I see. Very cool. Visualizing sticks. What is this? Is this a... Oh, it's italicized. Okay, I see. Too many interests. It's good. It's good to have lots of interests. Keeps the soul vigorous. Okay, folks. I want to thank everyone for coming and hanging out with me. If you're new, if you're new to the stream, please check out our games. If you haven't seen our game, Songs of Glimmerwick, please check it out on Steam. Potentially throw us a wish list if it seems like your thing. Of course, I also am very active on YouTube these days. If you want to go subscribe on YouTube, I'm making new content. One or two videos a month, but they're usually really highly polished and very tightly edited, and a lot of thought and production value goes into them. And we have a range of topics from indie developer facing stuff about, we got a video on marketing. We got a couple other indie dev facing topics, but also just game design philosophy videos. I just put up a video, 8 qualities of great quests, if that's interesting to you, that sort of thing. And then of course, sort of our bread and butter of the channel are our devlogs for Songs of Glimmerwick, where we just go over things that we're working on, design philosophy, things that we think about in the game. You don't have to be a game developer to watch them. I actually try really hard to make sure that there's a good amount of stuff in each devlog that might just be interesting to someone who loves games, or maybe just someone who's excited about Songs of Glimmerwick. There's some spoilers in there. That's the only thing I have to warn you about. But if you don't mind some spoilers, then content might be your cup of tea. So go check out the YouTube side of things. And thank you, Ecliptic Fate / Adam. for dropping by the stream. Glad you enjoyed it. Sorry, I'm slurring here. I've been talking for 4 hours, so I'm kind of exhausted my talking batteries. Okay. All right. Cool. Rock on. Glad to hear it. Okay. Hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time, but bye for now.